bitches.
Look at you guys fighting over first and no one redeemed second. Unbelievable. Mao, you monkey. Hi, Nabibbles. Alright, nerds. I haven't opened Genshin yet. Monkey. It is a monkey. Oh my god. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Mao. Genshin. I need to fix my... Oh? Okay, we're good. I need to fix my Genshin button on my OBS. Okay, we're good. I'm doing good, Nabibbles. How are you doing? You have lots of internet now? Oh shit! Cats... Well, if you're the only person there, you're stealing all the bandwidth. None for anybody else. But welcome everybody. Today we are doing boss kills. If you need a boss kill, hop in. But also, hello, Timo, Mauchi, Maestro, Nabibbles, Jargon. I hope you guys had a good Wednesday. Bossu. Yeah, like not IRL boss. That is a different day. You can't kill Jargon? Bold of you. Bold of you, Nabibbles, to assume that I cannot. Is it because I'm small? Or because my arms are short? Choose your answer wisely. Just saying. Okay. You cannot reach him? Because my arms are short? No, please, sir. I'm just gonna bump the music down. Actually, no, I'm just gonna turn the music off, in fact, because I like the Genshin music, so we're gonna bump it up. Why he still sounds so soft, man? Yeah. Maybe she already killed me and she's typing on my accounts. Yeah, that's definitely not something I would do. Never mind. Paimon, stop. Yeah, I can hear you. Hi, Perky! How are you doing? How are you feeling? Did you drink more after we finished chatting? Or were you all dranked up? Okay. Who is around? I didn't tag anyone this time because it's holidays. People are having lives, touching grass, perceiving things other than their computer screens, so I didn't want to bug anyone. But what peepos do we have? Yeah, imagine going outside. No, thank you. There's sun outside. I'm good, thanks. Miss me with that shit. You setting up your PC? No worries. So we'll do baby run with Mao. Anybody else joining for boost kills tonight? Just a shout. We'll be doing the same old big boy runs. Starting with Madame Sassy Pants, Raiden, and I don't know if I still need to say redacted, but we'll be doing redacted. Is it this one? We'll be doing redacted afterwards for the big boy runs. You did not drink water? Oh my goodness, Peggy. Oh no, your head was a bit angry this morning when you had to wake up and do adult things. Did you manage to get the things done? Did you do your paperworks? And did you recycle? Did you recycle your stuff from last night? Ah, Yaku. Is that how you say hello now? Hi, Yaku. Alright. That's a little bit better. Thank you, Yaku. That's a much better. How are you feeling today, friend? So cute. Fuck. Okay, focus. If there's anyone available for big boy boss kills, you can join now. We'll be starting with this bitch. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I had Brussels sprouts tonight for dinner. Well, I had it with other stuff as well, but I had it with my dinner. I haven't had Brussels sprouts in what feels like a long time, so I was pretty happy. And I spaced out. Let's go. Yeah, I don't think I should tag anyone on Facebook. Ew. On Discord. I feel like I said, you know, people out there having lives, doing things, doing better things with their time. Jargon Rangers. You did paperwork, you went to Japanese Home Affairs, but you did not recycle? You need to wait until next week. Oh my goodness, next week Wednesday. God damn. You redid your Diana? Hopefully we'll be worthy to keep her alive. What would you have done differently? Does she need more HP for a bigger shield? Also, it might just be you and me, to be honest, Jargon. I don't know. I don't know if other people are around. Like I said, I didn't want to bug anyone. People spending time with their families and doing other kinds of shit. Two-piece tenacity. Oh, an HP circlet as opposed to healing circlet. What do you want to bring to this? Because Because I've gotten very comfortable on Cookie Nahida. But honestly, I can flex for any team. Whatever you want to do. Yeah, Kazuha? Oh, yeah. That's perfect. One day I'll be at this world level, but first I need to fight the animo hypostasis 60 times. Yeah. But Mao, it's a work in progress, right? We'll get there. Oh! Sorry. My brain wasn't working. I was just like, why has it got the dots there? Quick start. I've been joining Ray's world a lot, so he's world level 7, so I've been joining him a lot. Why? I'm always stuck in a cutscene. This is the most garbagios, man. Fuck this. Stinky woman. I'm not wasting, my house on that bitch. Where moth? What? Oh. Why couldn't I see it? Whoop, 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 whoop. I don't know who picked up that one. Cha-chang! You don't like slow progress? Whoops. I cast that way too soon. Get her! Get her! Fucking cunt. This is why you don't got friends, Senora. Yeah, come here, you cow. Nani? Oh, we did it. That was close though. It didn't look like it was. Look at my cookie! Cookie! Wow! Why I always do that to my cookie? That was well done though. That was very tasty. You don't like slow progress? Unfortunately, it's one of those games because they limit your because they limit your progress, like with the resin cap. Like you can only do so much in a day, right? So it's okay. We'll get you there. We know what we have to do, Mao. We went through everything together. We just have to get you there. Speaking of which, do you have some domains you need to do, Mao Mao? We can go same comp for this as well. We can do same comp for all of them, to be honest. Hajimeru. I think it's kind of a good thing that you can't just, like, go 100% in Genshin. This bitch. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Everybody hold hands! Itai! I hate this fight, guys. And it's for an entirely different reason than usual. Osoi! Bitch! It's because I'm so used to playing with Raidens now that I always ignore her. Ah! Despair! Huh? Did you just phase it? Pew, 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 pew.
Murder those bosses, Natato jargon.
Hell yeah! That was actually quite funny that you said that you used that emote, because then it said the two people who were fighting the bosses. But anyway, thank you, Despair. Thank you for the subby. 4 months, friend. How are you doing today? How's your holiday been? Did you get up to anything? Wouldn't mind going for Blizzard Stray on Hotter Depths. Can do. That's for Freeze Team. Rosaria Ayaka? Pew! Okay, let's go do Redacted. Jargon's already there. What you can also do is use the leftover Blizzard Strayer pieces just to try and get whatever else we need for your Kazuha, Sucrose, and Babra. Babbles, bibbles, boobles, bubbles. Yeah, you can just use the luck boxes. Holidays were hectic? No ways. What, because of family or? Look at Cookie on a whisper of health once more. I don't know why I always do this to her, poor girlie. Oh fuck yeah, Nahida, that was cool. Girlie! Why is this little home slice making swirly whirlies? Just give me the energies, please. Do you want to go grab the other one? Whoops! Did we get both of them? Oh. I was full of energy again, so I wasn't sure. Oh damn, Mao! You was quick there. Quick fast. No thank you, I don't want to buy any. Whoop, 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 whoop. Wait. Oh? Oh my god. Did you guys see Nahida's got 8 health? Oh! I was trying to heal. And I got Cookie blocked. Yeah. Itai! Indeed. Because this guy's a douche canoe. Uh-oh. Shimata! I have short legs. Cha-chang! Uh-oh. Wait, what? Oh, this one's a tough one. It hits hard and it takes for ages to... Why is she not charge attack? There we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. Scuffed. Got him. Get him. Woohoo. Nice. A lot of family, very little personal time. My introverted ass is not enjoying that. Oh my god. Yes. I can totally understand that. Hida hitting for 70k? Did she really? No ways. My itty bitty chibi hit for 70k? I didn't see it. My coaster is stuck to my glass. For realsies? Man, that's mad shit. Missed opportunity to say 96k. Nice! Whoa, someone murdered all the crocs here. Grup. Oh, look at that froggy! Multiple times. She'd be thrashing though. EDB, she'd be the big numbers. Everlasting, you say? Not on my watch. Alright. Let's see. don't know if you need any domains. You found your cat in the kitchen. Oh, he's not allowed in the kitchen. On the table. He's not allowed on the table. Sitting on an upside down pot. Pushing a glass around. Oh my god. He was just breaking all the rules. Ah, big slapper. I need to bully Mao into building Cookie-chan. So he can bring Kazoo and Cookie-chan. And then I just bring Nahida. Okay, let's go big slapper. I've heard it's actually better to kick people. Someone told me it works better because it means that the team that you had doesn't get messed up. I don't know if that still happens though. I have no idea if it still happens. Bubbles! Thank you. I don't understand this cool kid lingo. Wait, what cool kid lingo? I don't understand what the kids are saying these days either, Nabil. I'm very behind on the time. Why is my coaster stuck to my glass? So Blue Saxon, what did you do when you found your kitty breaking literally all of the rules? Was there any rule that they didn't break today? Also, I forgot to mention, stream unfortunately is going to be ending kind of early. Did Mao not accept my request? Unbelievable. Maybe he's loading in. I'll give him peace. You just kicked him out? You gotta spritz him with some water. Unless they like water, in which case I think that wouldn't work. You're still loading? Oh my god, load faster, Mao. God damn. Get on that that wheel and start running. I'm gonna go pick up crystal flies then, I guess. Oh hi, Dre Wolf. Can I call you Dre? He jumps in the tub. Oh my god, that's kind of cute though, Blue Saxon. I love kitty cats that like water. Because a cat swimming is one of the cutest things. But, not a very common sight. Dre or Wolf? Okay, perfect, perfect. How are you doing today? Do you play Genshin as well? I'm just gonna run around and pick up crystal flies while I can. I think I'll go do this one. You're in now, Mao? Okay, I'll join you in a moment. What bosses are we doing this week, Mao? You don't want to join, Jargon? Bring, you can bring your... Is your Cookie-chan built? Wait, we're fighting different bosses. We'll be fighting different bosses. With Mao, we would... Well, last time we did Frog... What did we do? Did we do Frog, Dog, Toddy? Frog. Wah! Oh, no, I could have gotten that last one. Fuck. I don't think. Can old man climb fast enough? Ooh. Okay, we got 5. That's honestly enough. Raiden? Did we do Raiden last time? Damn. Dying in the humidity? Oh, shit. Are you from South Africa? Or... Well, I guess Southern Hemisphere, maybe? I wouldn't mind, but you bringing 2 build characters is more effective. I mean, you have build characters as well, Jargon. You too have build characters. Besides, Ma wants you to join. Why would you not join? No, I requested to join the wrong one. God damn it. Why am I like this? You haven't played Genshin in ages. Been considering picking it up again. Well, listen here, Dre. I will convince you to play Do you need convincing? Because I am a Genshin Impact salesman. Why are we standing here by your daily? Why am I Sayu? Convincing, aka bullying. I bully people to play this game. And then they come back to me later like, wait, did I not change? Mao, you're gonna make us do your dailies as well, sir. Please. Give me peace. We got tickle bitties and a itty bitty chibi. South African local born and raised. I'm so sorry to hear that. You were coincidentally here? Very convenient, Mama. Why he not moving? Oh, because Mao's not here. I hate how loud this sound is compared to all the other sounds in this game. Literally the worst sound in the game is hitting that fucking balloon. Anyway. What did you say we're doing? Frog. Oh, Frog Senora. Okay, so let's go. Let's go Frog and see what it is. Oh, Mao's gonna run to Frog. Mao's got legs, unlike the rest of us. We just have teleports. Hey yo, I've completed domains already. Nice. What was it? Sorry, Mao. Can you just re-invite? I needed to see what the typing was. Yeah, Toddy's good. Toddy, Kazoo. If you want to bring Diona, that's fine, and then I can bring this itty bitty chibi. I think we should be fine. Mao, you gotta stick to the itty bitty chibi, yeah? Itty bitty freezy chibi. She'll keep you alive. Cha-chang! Okay. Why did I get stuck in the cutscene again? This is not my world. This is some classic A-grade bullshit. You hope she works better now? Oh, Diona. Yeah, actually. Because I never thought about using tenacity on Diona. Oof, Mao's health is looking a bit spicy. You need an excuse for not going to football training tonight if anyone is feeling creative. Just say your mum's got violent shits and you need to take care of her. Because you just... Oh, for fuck's sakes. Cool. I couldn't move out of the way of the fireball, so I just fucking died. Anyway, yeah, your mum's got violent shits and you need to take care of her. Because no one's gonna ask for more questions on that. Oh shit, bubble! What's cracking, homie? Mao, I am not watching you. I didn't finish that sentence, but... Okay, no, that's fine. So, I don't know if you can see very well, but there's pizza slices, that's how I look at it, where you can stand where you won't get hit. It just takes some extra peepers to keep an eye out for where it is exactly. Looks like GOV Shop. Is this a god vote? No, no, this is one of the weekly bosses, Azdaha. Not great, making the most of it. No! I'm sorry to hear that, Bubble. Did you have some time to wind down, to relax at home? But the family getaway was very nice. I still need to show you guys the pictures, but I need to find out when they're going to be uploaded to Facebook, because that would be the easiest way to show you guys. Stage 4? Are you... Oh my god. When did that happen? Starting tomorrow. This is so depressing. Holy shit. Sorry I died, guys. I got hit by a flaming meatball like an idiot, so... Oh my god. I can't really stream tomorrow now. Fuck. Unless I wake up cock early. Shit, man. This is all kinds of ass. 4 AM stream? Listen, Nabil, the only time I wake up at 4 AM is when the crew goes involved. Thank you very much. Wait, did he go back to fire? Oh, he's got fire and electro? What? Oh. Mao, you need to get in there and do melee attacks. Toddy's bow attacks is poo-poo. Oh, never mind. Rest in pieces. Only time I wake at 4 AM is when I never went to sleep in the first place. I mean, also that, yes. Definitely. For a second I was confused why Toddy came back and I was like, wait, this is Mao's world. He has 2 characters. He can do that. Oh! I got front seat to his demise. Nice. Nice, guys. Congrats. Sorry I died. I'm a scrub lord. Can't even stay alive for Azdaha. Okay, enough of that bullshit. Let's go slap this hoe. This bitch. You're trying? Oh no, Mao, you're doing lovely. Don't worry about it. Diana works better, but you still don't trust her? I mean, I died like an idiot, so like it wasn't either of your faults. It was not. It was me. I am perfectly... You don't need to make excuses. I'm perfectly capable of admitting that I'm a dumbass all by myself. Mama, can you bring Yae? Yeah, maybe Yae, Kazoo, and then Jargon if you wanna play Diona, you can. But if you wanna play Kokomi, if you wanna play healer even, I don't know. You bring Coco? Okay. Just whatever you wanna do, you know. And then I'll just Because I'll sit on Nahida if no one says anything else. Y'all know I'm lazy to use my brain. Hi Frag! How are you doing? How's the holidays been? Beautiful. Babies. This is, what, Hyperbloom? Why am I stuck in your cutscenes, Mao? What is this? This is not my world. Why am I stuck in a cutscene? Look at Mao just frolicking. This bitch. This bitch locks me into cutscene every time. Unbelievable. She has no shame. Okay. Hey. Hi, Yoda! Ah! How dare you burn the cabbage? Itai! The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Hi, Yoda! Yoda, Yoda, do you need boss kill? Listen, Senora, I have tiny legs, okay? Whoop! How dare you hit the itty bitty chibi? Crusty butt. Yoda, the most sus. You didn't get Ito, you lost the 50-50, you got Keqing. Well, she's not too bad. Keqing's not too bad, at least. I think, especially for the current content, Keqing performs really well with an aggravate team. So, Frag, if you've got Keqing, you can use her with this character, who you would have gotten a free one of at some point. So you could use Keqing.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi, Chris! Hello, hello, how are you doing, friend? With Kale. And then I don't know what kind of supports you would go for with them. But yeah. You definitely can use her. How's it going, Chris? Alright. I don't need to go there, but we're gonna go there anyway. Which one is it? This one? Yeah, not too bad. We straight vibing, killing bosses. Yoda, did you need a boss kill? Yeah, this is fine. You wished on the scam banner and you got a little summon. Oh, did you get a good summon? Who was it for? Oh, actually, this banner is good for. This current banner is good. Like, either one of, even if you lose to the other weapon, like, it's a good thing to get. Ayato's sword? Oh. Ah, I missed that one. Ow. Chocolate covered fuck. Let's not die. Ooh. Did we get her? Whoop, 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 whoop. Get her, guys. Ow. You cow. Ow. Floaty Nana. God damn it. Ow. Boys. You'll join for boss kills? Okay, perfect. Is there Genshin PvP? No. Definitely not. I think that would be way too, like, pay to win-y, kind of. I think people would not be happy with something like that. Because then basically it's like, you know, for the whales. Yeah, but let's be serious. TCG doesn't... It's not competitive. Like, people will make competitions, but the game itself has no competitiveness. But I even saw people, like, before they'd make their own comps and, like, I think it was actually on Kai's server, maybe, or Nay's server, they had, like, fastest clear of a domain competitions, or, like, fastest boss kills and whatever. Are we doing domain? I wasn't sure. Also, Mao, I don't need to be there for you to start it. You can start it and I'll just join from wherever I am. Just so you know. Shangling, Benny, Keqing, and Xingqiu. That's actually very similar to a comp I used to run. Because I'd use Zhangling, Benny, Fischl instead of Keqing, and then Tartuglies. Why is this guy going for my ass? Ah, bro. Give me peace, man. Ah. Ah. Oof. That was a little bit spicy. Pick's almost going over the edge there. Look at my pink-haired girlfriends. Aren't they cute? Pink-haired girlfriends plus Kazuha is basically the comp we're going for there. You don't like the bow characters? To be fair, Frag, there's a lot of bow characters who you don't actually use what we say on field. For example, a character like Sarah and Facial and Diona and who else is there? Kale. A lot of the bow characters actually we don't use on field. So Kale, Tenari, I mean you can, but you don't need to. Sarah, Fischl, Diona, Goro. Well, those are the only bow characters I can think of. None of those characters are used on field. All done. Okay, perfect, Mal. Did you get anything good? So those characters, you cast their shits and then you yeet spageet to the next character. So like Goro, for example, his only 2 spells basically do the same thing. So you, if this one's up, you use it. Otherwise you use this one and then you switch them immediately. You don't even attack. So like, they're very, I think, yeah, the bow, at least on my account, bow characters don't get much on-field love. You don't like how the bow plays? I mean, you don't shoot, you don't... With the characters that I just showed you, those characters, you don't use their attack. So you won't be... Like, you won't be casting... You won't be attacking with their bow at all. But... I mean, there's characters that I don't have. Wait, so I'll go look at Archive. Can I look at Archive? I might get booted. You got the fence? Oh, relatable as fuck. So for characters like Venti, maybe? I don't know if people attack on field with him. Ganyu? You would attack on field with her. Yoimiya, attack on field. Yelan, maybe? Yeah, I think Yelan, you attack on field. Those characters, you would actually use their bow. But, yeah, some of the ones that I mentioned now, it's basically like you use their skill. Like Kale, you use her skill. You don't attack with the bow at all. You immediately swap her out. Same with Goro, Sarah, Diona. He technically is a bow character, but you use him as a melee character. Did I miss any bow characters? Anyway. So, yeah. They're... at least on my account, for the most part, I don't have, like, main bow users. All my support characters are bow characters, so they're like really nice to use because you use their thing and then immediately switch out. Oh no! Hehe. So if you have someone like Yoimiya or Ganyu, sorry, those are definitely on-field ones. But all the other characters I listed, they're pretty great. Like Fischl. Fischl is one of my favorites. I had her like from the beginning of the game. Yoda, let me know when you're ready, hey? Second Prime bundle is out. Oh shit. I need to go grab that. I just need to change my lurky pages quickly. Who does? Oh! Smurf is streaming. Let me just pop on Smurf quick. Sounded like I said Papa Smurf, but anyway. Pop on! No Freemos, but resin. Ooh! You know, I was supposed to... I opened Twitch to go and look at that, and then I completely forgot. So... they have BTS Island thing? That's interesting. I wonder if anyone plays that on stream. Bundle 2 of 8. Hell yeah. Free shit, please, and thank you. Yay. You pulled 60 on phase. Try. Oh my god. Oh, is she C6? C5? Because you got 6. She's a pretty cool character. Well, there we go. That's what you get for the thing. You ready, Yoda? Alright. Perfect. Let me join on your doodles. Look how cool that is, my level 60 chom over there. G-Max Yodas. PC or mobile? Ooh. Oh, also Frag, I don't know if you've been using that document on the Discord. I'm pretty sure you're on the Discord. In the Genshin channel, there's a pinned spreadsheet that is basically a summary of the Kitching Maidens website. And it's so good, man. Apparently they haven't updated the Barbara build since like 2.6 or 2.3 or something. But they haven't needed to because nothing has changed for Barbara since then. So that's the last time they updated anything for her. Rip. Alright. Where are we going and what we doing? We kicking off with... Okay. This Whammons. PCG Max is OP. Have you gotten used to the controls yet, Yoda? Oops.
花と酒を手に景色を堪能しようとしたが、あの頃とはもう違う。旧友とまた。
Not yet, but getting better. No, 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 why are you changing, Yoda? Stay on your boys. Stay on the babies. Your babies is fine. In fact, I could bring Cookie even. Cookie-chan! Can you backside you give me? The shorts. For characters need a spreadsheet form. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love that website, man. Because that's from... all the characters just speaking of each other there. Yeah, 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 that spreadsheet one. It's really nice. Yeah, boy. Nice. Whoa, Yoda just disappeared. It's still doing that weird teleporting bullshit. Ah. Please, girly. Oh, again. Oh my god. Easily worst boss. Get her! Get her! Oh no! Look at her health. Yoda ran to to Jargon because normally Jargon's healing. Ten out of 10. What's the best way to get artifacts? The domains. So if you press F1 and you go to the third tab, which you can't see because my chat's covering it, but the third tab here says domains. Under domains, it'll show you which ones give artifacts. You can even use the drop down to show you only the artifact ones. So that's the only way to get them, really. The only reliable way to get them. So yeah, you just see whatever your character needs. Then you go do the domain for it.
次はどこに行くんだ。いいゆえの名
ス
所を
イッチ
巡りたいなら、いい案がいくつかあるぞ。
Oh, okay. Is this an okay comp?
善悪はいずれ計りにかけられる。
Is my eye gonna be... Is she... I don't know if she's gonna be helpful here. I don't know if she's gonna be good here, man. I don't know if I should have picked someone else. Also, I've got fucking PTSD every time I look at Yae's the back of her head. Because I'm thinking about the headband that I had to make for Yae. No! Attack the thing. Maybe not enough ER for my Yae too. I wonder if it's possible to destroy more than one of those during that phase. And what happens if you do? Oh, is she gonna transform? Fuck this bitch in particular. Eat shit, Raiden. Damn, girly. Calm yo titties. Them tiggle weedies. What is this cooldown, bro? The anxiety I feel every time I watch my friends lag out and it looks like they're not in the bubble. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Alex. How's it going? Yee, thank you for the head pats, Yaku. Do you need help with boss kills? We're just busy helping Meow Meow. No, this is not Meow Meow, this is G-Max. If you need boss kills, just shout. I think one more to do with Yodoodles. We doing redacted Yoda? The unloved son. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Alex. Look at my grandpa. With his stolen weapon. Stolen weapon, grandpa. Janna. Who are we going for here? Ooh. Can I bring Nana? Oh, Nana? This is such a weird fight, I'm not gonna lie. While I understand it, I still find it fucking weird. And I don't think I'll ever stop finding it fucking weird. Look how quick Yoda loads in now, goddamn. And the heater coming to a sudden stop every time. It's my favorite. Why am I stuck in a cutscene, bro? Suck my ass.
見切りました。稲光、すなわち永遠なり。痛くしちゃうかも。よっ、覚えたわよ。
Do we even need these? I don't think so. Clearly not. Not important. Cha-chang! Why I always bring cheap to this and then I complain about my small legs? Talk about toxic Genshin Impact players. Complain about short legs brings cheap character. What the? What the asshole? I don't think I can destroy the ice ones. Wow! What a douche canoe, that one. Spunk him in the ass. Eh? Whoop, 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 whoop. Imagine being a douche canoe like this guy. She won't attack these ones. Oh, thank you. Come on. Did that not hit him? The heck? Oh, there we go. That was weird. Get him, Raiden! Go bang bang! Oh, I just saw a 68k on my Nana. Oh my god. 68, 70? 700? 68, 700? Wow! Big booms, Nana, big booms. Nice. Bonk. Do any other homies in the chat need hobo boss kills? It's free. Tiny legs, big numbers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alrighties. He touched the child, so I sent his mama for him. Good. One of my favorite kinds of art when Nahida came out was like all the Archons going to wallop Scaramucci. Or literally anyone, the sages, Scaramucci, anybody for harming pure little Nana. That was like my favorite. Sorry, my door opened itself. I had to go and close it. Ray's busy doing the Test of Courage event, and my door just opened itself, so he's like, oh, there's ghosts in the game and in real life. Cool.
旅はいつか終わりを迎える。慌てる必要はない。
I will be honest, I don't even know what the new domain is. Is it this one? Oh, I don't think I've actually unlocked it. Yeah, I don't think I've actually unlocked it. What is this domain even? What does it say? Anemo? Fuck. I guess I'll bring this dingaling. Ow! Unless... I mean, this could be pretty gross. I don't know. I don't know what my Zhao is like, to be honest. Yeah, I think he's okay. Yeah, he's built. But I built him like 100 years ago, so I guess he's fine. Ooh, okay. I haven't used Zhao since God was a child, so this is gonna be interesting. Oh, you get damage bonus when you swirlies? I don't think I've even done this domain. Oh, look at my beautiful queen. I love her. Ooh. I can never see what damage my Zhao actually does. Because I'm always in the fucking air. Man's is a pogo stick. I know I don't play him exactly the way he's supposed to be played, but you know. I think he does okay damage-wise. Ray sends me a message. Oops, I by mistake bought a passion fruit McFlurry. There's only one person in the house who's going to eat one of those. You got loaded fries? Nice. I dance for primos. Oh, I keep forgetting. This is Mao's boy. Mao cosplayed this boy. It's his boy. at that little McAsshole. I can't remember when it was, but Ray tried to get loaded fries recently. And for some reason it was just like out of stock. It's like, no loaded fries for you. Zhao may have fallen out of favor, but he's still my boy. He'll always be your boy. When I see Zhao, I think Mao. Yeah, it's part of, it's his burst. It's his Q. He gains a boing boing ability. That's why I call him a pogo stick, because he just bounces up and down. Like a pogo stick. Eh? Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Oh. That was weird. Oh, I see lightning. Xiao. Eh? Rude. Thanks for the lurkies, Frag. If you have any questions, you know, you can always shout. Don't actually shout though, just like speak. Right in the chat, you know. Yeah, I'm not wasting my burst on this silly Wally over here. I don't know why I'm running to the end as if I'm gonna claim. You were hoping anyone can get that skill? Yeah, I don't think, I think there's only some events where you can get skills like that, but then it's only applicable in the event. But yeah, typically a character's ability, they don't share it with others. Like, Venti makes a wind tunnel. Scaramouche can hover / fly. Ooh, that storm. She be wildin'. That actually looks really nice on him. Because it's pointy. So yeah, I think only inside events you can get stuff like that. Sorry guys. The storm has just been booming, so Ray has brought the pooch to me. Because he gets uncomfortable when there's a storm. Alrighties. You want to get Zhongli? Because you love his skill? Oh, his pillar? It is pretty cool. Alrighties. Okay, so... does anybody else need boss kill? If anybody else need boss kill, shout. I don't know. I don't know what I feel like doing today, to be honest. I should probably actually continue with this. What else did I need to do? Done. Done. Oh, I was still busy with this, right? That's where we ended. Ito getting scared by the bird. I guess I didn't. Oh, that's cute. We can go continue with this one and then, Wind Trace at some point. To be honest, I might just do Wind Trace over the weekend when no one can perceive me and just no life it. Because that's what I did last time. We had the Wind Trace event. I just, like, on the last day, I was like, fuck it, let me just go get it all done. And I did it all. Whee! Bouncing up and down like a pogo stick. A friend of mine posted on their story, it said, free, like when someone sends you a message saying free for a quick call, easier to explain on the phone, and it's just that like Ben Affleck where he's smoking and he looks like he's having an existential crisis outside. I was like, ghost them by, because all the people in my life know not to call me. Like, do not. That button doesn't exist with me. Send it in a message. Hi Lela, how are you doing? Why no like Wind Trace? Yoda, we've only had this conversation every time. Please, sir, give me peace. It is forced co-op. If I didn't start streaming, I would. This would be a single player game, completely, 100% single player. I, for the most part, play this game as a single player game. I do not do the co-ops. Surely you know. But with friends, listen. I barely play any other Genshin with friends. I don't understand why hide and seek is gonna make me more likely to play with friends. Ooh, yo. So loud. Relax, girl. Relax. You only call if it's an emergency? I mean, fair. Fair. I'm doing good, Lela. I'm just continuing the previous event. Trying to catch up. Can I have a sweet potato? I don't know. Can you have a sweet potato, Risu-sama? Also, hello, hello. How are you doing today? You played it single player too? Exactly. I'm gonna be honest, I'm very comfortable playing it as single player. And like, having to then be forced to play it with other people. The problem is, Yoda, with friends you don't get the primos and stuff. So like, to me there's like almost no reason to play with people. Because one, I don't enjoy it. And two, I don't get anything out of it besides enjoyment, which I wouldn't get because I don't enjoy it, if that makes sense. I prefer playing other games with friends. How are we supposed to learn the cool hiding strats? Play Sayu and climb up a tree. That's all I do. Sayu because she's small and she doesn't have any bright colors on her. And climb up a tree because people look up trees but they don't look very carefully, and Sayu looks like a branch from the bottom, so... You watched the last episode? Oh my goodness! Risu-sama, you've started binge watching. How is the manga? Is it good? I've heard that the anime actually follows the manga pretty well, but I don't know if that's true, because obviously I haven't read the manga. But did you enjoy? Are you enjoying it? Because listen, I haven't read manga in years, but maybe I need to start. Playing with friends is fun, but you see, Yoda, I don't find it fun. I find playing other games with friends fun, but I do not find Wind Trace fun, if that makes sense. It's the exact same reason, like, I won't play Among Us, I won't play Duck Duck Goose. I don't find those kinds of games fun. I'll play golf with friends, I'll play Kiwi, I will play Overcooked. Those kinds of games I enjoy. The hide and seek in Genshin? No, thank you. You stole Jargon's lurk. You gonna get food? Tell us what you're eating. You're enjoying it? Oh, I love that. I'm so glad, Risasama. To Your Eternity made me cry non-stop while reading. You right? Constantly punches you down. You literally don't get a chance to breathe. That anime slash manga, it leaves you gasping the entire time for breath, and there's just no rest. There's no time to breathe. It's rough, but like in the best kind of way, you know. Yoimiya is so cute. Yoimiya gives me cute aggression as well. Eating the same thing I've been eating all week because Christmas. Okay, fair. From the first episode. For real, though. For real. This event is a perfect example of why this game needs dialogue skipping. Yeah? No. Noir, there's been much worse things. Me, I didn't... Okay, lady. Relax. Christ on a bike. Hey. Sorry guys, be right back. Come here. Hey. Whoa! Beautiful. Come on, you little sister. Come later. Hey. Come here. Come. Yeah. Okay. This guy did not want to stay in here. He was like, nah, mom, I'm out. Peace, bitch. That's how Sky speaks, in case you guys didn't know. A 10-minute long voice note of you ugly crying. That sounds about right. If it didn't make you ugly cry, did you truly watch it? I'm especially gatekeeping To Your Eternity. If it did not make you ugly cry, go watch it again. Until you ugly cry. I don't care about these people, I just want to play Breakout. Yes, actually. I'll be honest, I was kind of following the story because it was really cute. No, thank you, Zhongli. The story was kind of cute, but I didn't really care too much about that lady. I just enjoyed the like cutscene animations for the other things, the other characters. But have I unlocked all the things? If it did not make you ugly cry, I don't want to be friends. Exactly. You ugly cry or you get the fuck out. You choose. A weird criteria to be friends with someone, but you know. I think we found that Cryo... Why did I click away? Cryo Electro works well. We also liked Spare Bolt.
Excuse me.
Ah! Okay, Smith, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How you doing? Do you like Genshin? Come lay down. Come lay down. Good boy. Good boy, Lulu. Okay, lay down. Lay down. No, there's no storm under the table, puppy. Come on. You're okay. You're okay. Yeah, there we go. Get comfy. Yeah, have a bicky. There we go. Alright, sorry guys, I had to sort out the pupper. He is not happy. Oh, shame. We have a massive thunderstorm at the moment, and he's just like straight up vibing. Oh wait, do I actually have the captions on? I don't think I do. Are they working? You're doing good. Oh, fantastic. Genshin's pretty cool. Do you play it, or do you, like, just watch people play it? Define working. I mean, like, because I don't actually have Chrome open, and Chrome is, like, the thing that captures my voice. So if it's capturing my speech without me turning it on, that's a little concerning. Hey, baby bear. In case you guys don't know, I have a husky who is currently hiding under my table because there's a thunderstorm. That's the person that I'm talking to in the room. Hey, sweet boy. Yeah. It's fine. I'm here. You can go doo-doos. Go sleepies, my boy. You play it? Ooh. Who are your favorite characters? Closed captions there, just most of the time incorrect. Yeah, it's very bad at understanding a South African accent. I learned that the hard way. It makes some maximum garbungo captions. Like, I feel bad for anyone who tries to use them because they just don't make any sense. Like I said, Terry bad. Oh, the story of the yokai and the samurai, I thought that was really cool. But I wasn't too interested in the woman. She was pretty, she looked really cool, but wasn't too interested in her story. Ooh. Ah, shitty titties. Ah, shit. Whoa! Sorry, guys. I didn't think I would have been able to mute. Apologies for the snoot. Oh, man. Jesus! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Listen, Tato sneeze is rare to hear on stream, okay? Because I feel bad having people hear my sneezes. Ah, shit. This music is so drama. Wait, hold on. You have a dad sneeze? Mine's a dad sneeze if I... don't try and, like, stifle it like I had to do now. Just gotta hold my shit together, man. Nice. 250 combo? Damn. You didn't read the elemental reactions for this event, so I just take one electro pyro. I mean, it honestly doesn't matter what you take, to be fair. As long as you have, I think you need... So, Hydro and Pyro seemed pretty garbungos, but Electro and... I just took Electro and Cryo just for the lols, because those are the only ones I used. You have a dainty little cute sneeze because you're so petite and cute. I could believe that, Noah. I could definitely believe that. That sounds just like you, actually. Hello, my boy. Are you good? Hmm? Oh. Oh. I need to do that one again. Yeah, I took long on this one. I remember last time. Does your dog support LGBTQ rights? Of course. Why wouldn't he? Good boy. Hi. Hi, sweetheart. Just making sure so I don't have to cancel him on Twitter. You use Twitter? Oh, Jesus! Was not expecting that to just go straight through. I thought I was safe. Oh, I have the wrong thing set on. Damn it. Hmm. I just want to change the things that I have on. You don't use Twitter because you're hot? Are you saying I'm not hot? I literally live in Africa, bro. How could I not be hot? Sweating my teeth off over here. Oh, it's just you. How's the weather at the moment, actually? He puts his head up every now and then because he hears me eating something. He's like, where's mine? Hmm? Little boy just wants to eat my ice cream. And by little boy, I mean big old boy. Hmm? Lulu? Is shite? Why though? Cold? Colder than usual? Wet? Cold and wet is a bad combo for weather though. Ugh. Gross. Nice. Whoops. Oh, man. Ah! Hehe. Cold and rainy and windy. Oh, gross. No, thank you. You had weather warnings for potential white Christmas with heavy snow. Instead, we got sleet. Ah, sleet's disgusting. It just turns everything into mush. Who are you calling a nerd? What the fuck? How dare you, Yoda? How very dare you, in fact. Calling me out like that. Wait, this is the other one. There we go. Cool. So now I need to go back and do the other one, right? I still need to do the test runs, actually. Because I haven't done those. I forgot. Hey, Scarboy! Oh no, someone started farting. This is a bad day to have a nose. Where's this thing? Here it is. There we go. I finished all the other ones, right? No! Fuck. Whoop. That always comes at like the worst time. No. Eh. Oh, that was fast. Extra ball and rebounding wall, the best modifiers. Yeah, 100%. Definitely agree. I only got 3-6. Damn. Hi, Garamai! Yeah, it's been a while. How are you doing? Did you get some time off over the Christmas period? I think the last time we spoke, you said you were going away for a little bit of a vacay to relax. You've been working? Oh man. I hope you get some time to rest though. I think you work too hard. Based on what you said last time. Someone's been naughty and gifting a sub. How dare they? How dare they gift you a sub? How could they? You played something similar on your Amiga a few years ago. Man, I played... It was called Pong, I think, on Atari. I could be very wrong. Whoa!
Got him!
Oh, you got from the Minions Revenge. Ah, nice, nice. Thank you so much for the gift subby to Ben. Ben who lives in the mountains, Ben. Oh wait, it's this one that I need to get 4-5 on. Okay, we're good, we're good. I done goofed. But yeah, despite the working, have you been doing okay? You taking care of yourself? Hopefully eating good food and having good company, even if the company is just your own. Because that's all I really want for people. Good food, good company. Perhaps the rest don't matter as much. Shit. Man, this one's spicy as all hell. Wee! Ooh, that is a hot mess over there. What the hell? Oh, shit. Oh, Lord. Have mercy. Thank God for the wall, right? Because my distracted ass cannot. Oh, why's that bolt so fast? Goddamn. Give me peace, man. In my heart, in my soul, give me peace. There we go. No, let me escape this hell. How did this happen? Fuck! Okay, this is on me. Anyway. Good company and food. It was good food because you made it. Oh shit, what did you have? I'm very nosy. I'm very nosy about the kind of food that people are eating. Was there anything special that you had? We had, a South African classic. Peppermint crisp tart. That shit was good. Who in Mihoyo decided Brick Breaker was an acceptable minigame to revive? You don't like it, Puggy? I don't know, I kinda like it. Call me crazy. I think it's pretty fun. You want me to list all of it? I mean, you don't have to, but if there was something special that you made. Is there anything like traditional that you have over Christmas? Something that you maybe wouldn't have other times of the year? I feel like in South Africa we have a lot of those things. The only thing that my mother used to make that was very specific to Christmas was the only thing that she made that was very specific to Christmas was trifle. But I haven't celebrated Christmas with my mother since God was a child, so that doesn't really matter, I guess. Okay. Cool, I'm glad I did that. Just wasting my own flavor over here. Whoa! Hot damn. Ooh, that was fast as fuck, boy. The game itself is fun, but seems like a really strange addition. So they bring in stuff like that all the time. I feel like it's to keep the mini games and the events like fresh, so it's not always the same shit, different day kind of thing. Soggy cake is ick. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't celebrate Christmas with my mother anymore, do I? I mean, it's not because of the trifle. But it's a pretty good excuse for it, I think. Okay, that one's done. Now we go do this one's. The last melon. Okay. Yeah, my mother made it every year. I think it was just her family's thing, you know. That's simply what they did. Brown, red, and... Wait, what is brown cabbage? I only know red and green cabbage. Grilled ham, fermented herring, interesting. Swedish meatballs, of course. There has to be... You have to have it. Mini sausages. Potato, cream, fish, and herbs. Oh! Okay, that sounds very similar to like a potato bake. But the fish is an interesting addition. I don't eat a lot of fish. I don't know if it's because of where I currently live or because of like red meat being a more common thing in South Africa, like chicken and red meat. But I love fish and I can't wait to move to Cape Town. I'm gonna make Ray take me to all the fish markets and whatnot to have fresh fish. Ooh. But that sounds good. That sounds like a lot of food though. So definitely good food. 100% good food. Yeah, I like seeing what people have or like hearing what people have. Because, you know, people's all around the world eating different things. Can learn about some interesting dishes. Ooh, shit. Ooh. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, daddy. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Ah! Sorry, I need to actually use my brain for a change and concentrate on what I'm doing. Whoops. That storm is out of control, man. What? Shit. Oh, I think we're doing fine for points. Sushi? Not really, Garamai, to be honest. I actually don't like sushi. I don't know what it is about sushi. I had it like not too long ago, but like not really that interested in sushi. Cooked fish, yeah. Raw fish, not so much. Nothing against it. It's not my thing, you know. Whoa, Risu-sama! Not in front of the guests! Oh my goodness, I can't believe you've done this. Japanese iconic for having KFC at Christmas? Ah, so I learned. Like, yesterday. Peggy was telling me about it and I was just like, what? I mean...
Oh. This is fun.
I'd be fine with that. I love KFC. I'd have KFC for Christmas. Easy, no question. Thank you for the head pats. And Yoda, thank you for throwing something at my face, question mark. Is that something you thank people for? Yeah, I would definitely have KFC for Christmas. Not the biggest fan of sushi either. Have you ever tried like vegetarian sushi? I like vegetarian sushi. The fish one, not so much. Not sure why I thought you did. No, not the best of brains yet. It's fine. Even me, not the best of brains here. Mine are leaky at best, so... You know, if I remember something. Give me head pats. Because it was probably very challenging. Look at all that money. Cool, so I just need to do a bit more to clear out the shop. And I think it's just from this last one here. Oh, is it Dummy Mummy? It is, the maiden. Did someone say sushi? No. Yes, maybe. We might have been talking about sushi. Not sure how the company gaslit an entire country. That's wild, man. The buckets even come with a special ceramic Christmas plate that's different every year. Oh, wow. I mean, we don't ever get cool shit like that in South Africa. Like, the Pokemon game, when it got released in Japan, it comes with like a trading card. We don't got shit like that. Pokemon Company said, fuck you. Fuck you and the things that you want. You will not have them. Is that a real fire? Oh, yes. The answer is yes. It is a real fire. Hey, Poops. It's okay. Yeah. Sky is sitting under my table currently. Hey! Misu-sama, why abuse? What I do? What I do for the abuse? I don't know if any of these other ones are worth it. I mean, this could be. Let me try that, actually. I haven't tried any of the other ones. This guy is currently sitting under my table, panting like crazy. What is this? Summon multiple watery mirror.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. I will take a sip of water, because I actually have a glass of water on my table for a change. Thank you, thank you. Not tried vegetarian sushi. Sushi's not a big thing here, so it's hard to find a decent restaurant. Ah, you won't make it yourself? Yeah, it's I think it's a bit of a pain to make. I think you need like specific ingredients, but also like at the very least one of those like mats to roll it nicely. And then you need to practice as well. Oh, it sounds like hard work. When instead of doing that, you could just eat something that you like, you know? So whoa! Whoa! What the? Gee, what? Crossed, man. What? Why so fast? Oh, Jesus. Joseph and Mary. Good gravies. Ooh. I cannot handle when it does that. Whoa, Jesus Christ! On a stick! Wah! Wah! Ooh, chaos! Chaos round! Why 4 balls? Whoa, 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 whoa. Bah! Guys, I can't. My brain doesn't work that fast and these things come shooting out. Ah! Christ on a bike, actually. What is going on here? Why so fast? Homie, relax. Yeah. I actually... My eyeballs are focusing on one ball and one ball only. Whew. Christ on a bike. Is there a quote command? There is! Christ, men. Exactly. I'm glad I do not play and just watch. This would make holes in my brain instead. Yeah, it feels like that sometimes. I think I already have the holes in my brain and that's what makes it challenging. But yeah. Because it's so hot here, like my brain is melting. Okay, we got everything in one go. Thank God. I did not want to do that one again. Okay, we're good. You would have stringy, hairy poops. Listen, I don't even know what we were talking about. Life as a werewolf, maybe? You would have big, stringy, hairy poops. Honestly, I can't justify that quote at all. I don't even... I don't know when it happened, why it happened, how it happened. But it must have been life as a werewolf, right? Because when else would you have stringy, hairy poops? Uh-oh.
You may have heard of Elf on a Shelf, but have you heard of Christ on a Bike or the audacity of this bitch?
Oh, man. Yes. Let's see. Nice. Is this gonna be a purple one? Purple? No, it's blue. Fuck. Well. Oh, I got Bebe not too long ago, so we're good. I should have done the quick ones. I didn't need to do the long ones. Oh my. Oh lordy. Oh, okay. Cool. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Hi, Papa T. How you doing? Okay, so can we say we're done with this event then? Because we've bought out the shop. Everything's done. Let's go do test runs since I haven't done any. Sky is not vibing currently. He's having the least vibiest evening. Hey, Poopy. He is miserable currently.
聖なる来光早く投稿しなさい翼よ熱々でしょ逃がさないわようがちな
Ow. What a douche.
来戦ちょっとビリビリさせないとねしびれさせちゃうわよ
Guy, you wanna die? That was very poorly done, but anyway. Living my best life watching trash with my wife after having a duck braai. Oh man, what did you guys have? What is considered a duck braai? As a very much English person who doesn't know shit about shit, what do you consider a duck braai? Poop pooper, yeah, shame. He's literally sitting under my table. I put his blankie under my table and I was like, yeah. Foo-foo. She got foo-foo wind wheel. This is Jargon's favorite character. Kaya. This is one of my favorite characters, but I don't actually play her. I just love her. Because she seems fun. This is one of the best made domains for testing characters that they've ever made. How is it hot and raining at the same time? Yeah, Ray was complaining actually today's hot as fuck. I haven't been that hot today. Yes, my baby, it's okay. He's like, pet my head, mom. Why'd you stop? How could you? Your pooper has no energy with the heat. Oh no. He likes to eat ice. Yeah, Sky likes ice as well. Rosaria is by herself? What the fuck? How are they trying to sell Rosaria as a DPS? I'm so confused. I'm very confused how they're selling her, but you know. Big shadows? Big shitters? Any big shitters in the chat? No, don't answer that question, please. The enemy's getting shat on. Oh my god. We kind of made the same joke there. Yeah, Sky was actually very sleepy today, but he's more upset about the weather than anything else. Lamb chops, lamb sausage, lamp sausage. Wait, Bubba D, what's a lamp sausage? What is lamp sausage, sir? And potato salad. What do you put in your potato salad, Bubba T? Good job, Kaya.
短尺の修正。
話が通じないなら叩くまででしょ。
風邪ひくなよ。こいつはどうだ。としとせよ。
Nice. I really check those things at bathroom breaks. I'm 100% sure. I won't check. You gotta check your poops, Karen. How do you know if you got healthy poops? Is your stomach in working order? You don't have to check your poops. I've heard, and I keep seeing it on Reddit, like it's a recurring thing that I see at least once a month. The Dutch toilets have like a little shelf where you can inspect your poops before you flush it down. And I'm just like, that's very interesting. But it's like a culture shock thing. Also, I think it was Reese's Summer, you redeemed a hydrate earlier. I did drink. I don't know if you heard me drinking. I don't want to make loud noise. But I did sip the toilet juice. Lamb sausage. I've never had lamb sausage before. What is it like? Is it super tasty? Would you recommend it? I don't think I've ever even seen it at the butcher, but I can have a proper look next time. You eat healthy, that is enough. I mean, fair. I guess if you're in charge of your own diet, you don't have to worry about such things. I know I don't eat well. I don't have the healthiest of diets. I should have started with Raiden. I'm so dumb. Small brain. Small brain. Smaller peepee. Ooh, Lodi. You see. They sell the Raiden banner really hard here because they give her a really fun team. Like, why wouldn't you? Why would you not roll for her and her weapon? Damn! Nunny, don't nunny me. Also, K Smith, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Don't ever apologize for lurking. If you're tired, then just relax. Sit back. Pretend it's like a TV show. But instead of like paid actors, you've got some bumbo sitting behind a camera with a little VTuber character, you know? Quality content. Garamai! Thank you! Oh, I went to K Smith. Thank you, thank you. Now, not only do you get to watch this bumbo, right? You got cute emotes to use as well. Ah, Garamai! Again, this one's for Poppy. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And guys, if you're around to thank Garamai for them gift subbies, be sure to do so. But yes, anyway, Dutch toilets. Yoda, if I see that again, because like I said, I see it very frequently. If I see that post again, I will send it to you. But yes, Dutch toilets. And apparently in some parts of Europe as well, they have toilets like that where you can, it's like, you know how the shape of the toilet, there's just like in the back of the toilet, there's this like little like thing that sticks out where the poop will land and then it will get flushed down once you've had a chance to inspect. It's very strange. I don't fully get it, but you know, not my business. Who needs to eat healthy when you can eat meat? I mean, you can eat meat and have a healthy diet. Doesn't have to be one or the other. You were up all yesterday and last night. So just one thing, K Smith. Sorry to mention this, but that's considered like self-plugging. So in future, maybe don't talk about your own stream in other people's chats. It's just part of like Twitch etiquette, basically, not to self-plug in other people's chats. Not sure if it's something that you know. Poop Yeah, Wrath, we're talking about Dutch toilets and how they let you inspect your poo-poos. No worries, no worries. It's your first time here. It's all good. Repeat offenders get the axe, but I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide this time. Alright, so event is done. We're not looking at wind trace. I'm not perceiving wind trace today. I've done my test run. I might go do a bit of running around. Explo, I don't feel like playing the card game. That's another part of the game that I'm not so interested in. Hello, my dog. He's still staring at me. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Is that why they call it a stroopwafel? So I don't know about that part, Bubble. Why do they call it a stroopwafel? I don't know how that was related to the toilet story, but I also don't know if I wanted to know. I have a little bit of the desert. Does anyone know when we're getting more desert? Like more, the next part? Is it the next patch? It's the patch after this, right? Because we just got the Raiden banner today. Yesterday? Today? Yesterday. Last night. Question mark. It is Wednesday. I have the wrong team on. I kind of want to play. This is my reaction soup team. Did you guys hear the thunder? Yes, baby, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. Hey, don't worry. Don't worry. Do you want to go out? Sorry, guys, just a sec. Do you want to go out? Alright, he probably just needs to pee or something, so he might be back again, but we'll see. He gets really uncomfortable when there's like loud cracks of thunder, and he'll like go pee or drink water or something. Maybe just to distract his brain from the loud booms. I've kind of gotten used to the storms, like they don't bother me as much anymore. Also, welcome back, Frag. So one of the things I was doing was trying to find the rest of these, but I don't remember where these go, even if I were to find them. Oh, there's crystal flies down here. Good enough. The storms never bothered me anyway. They definitely bothered me. I think it's just from the days, and I feel like I've mentioned this a billion times. You back? Oh. Sky, what were you doing in the bathroom? Hey! He's back, but he's also not back. He's kind of just standing in the doorway now, staring at Ray. God damn. This weather is mad. You said he had to pee? I mean... Does Ninja pee in your bathroom? Quiet, don't close the door. Okay, Sky doesn't seem to know what he wants to do with himself, because every time Ray tries to close the door, he goes and stands in the doorway. I think he's just trolling Ray. Your dog used to run off and eat your shoes? Oh my goodness. You locked up the shoes, but she went to chew on the couch instead. Oh man. Where there's a will, there's a way, and clearly, Papa will find a way. Do you want to come lay down? Come on, bud. Come lay down. Yeah, good boy. Good boy. No, I don't have anything for you this time. You don't have a dog at the moment. Not allowed to due to allergies. Oh, you got allergies? Proper allergies? You miss the mischief? Yeah. I think when I was living with my father, I was quite miserable because I didn't have any pets. And as a person who grew up with, what was it, 13 cats and 7 dogs, like not having four-legged little monsters terrorizing me the entire day, I was just not happy. Okay, Sky's laying down now. He seems okay. But, yeah. I find it hard, like, to consider a life without pets. Your neighbors? You live in an apartment? Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, that does make it hard. Make friends with people who have puppers. Whoops! Sorry, Ayato. I just yoinked you down there. It says up. But what does it mean? Up? Where? I feel like I'm actually going insane though. I remember coming to this area. Wait, but didn't I finish this? Gumma was helping me with this. Oh, there's even a chest there? Oh, lord. So Ray is allergic to cats. But he seems okay with dogs. He's okay with Sky at the very least. But the minute he's in a house with a cat, even if he doesn't see the cat, like, doesn't have the cat anywhere near him, he will have quite a strong reaction. So whenever we visit his parents, he has to take yeah, it's okay, buddy. Yeah. I need to get you doggy earplugs so you don't have to hear that shit. Yeah, he has to take he has to take pills. I don't understand where this is. Let me go look at that thing in my bag, actually. Oh, wait, there it is. Your best friend's got a dog and 3 cats? Nice! So just go park ass on their sofa. Did you hear it? Was the thunder really loud there? Oh, I got so many lit up now. What the heck? There's just maybe 2 that I haven't done? Okay. Okay, that has the tick. That means it's done, right? Oh, what is this? Hello? Let's go to this one. How the fuck do I get there? Shit. It's here? It caused the stream to buffer? Oh my god. Storm so loud, buffers stream. Oh! What just happened? Crashed on a bike, man. That gave me a fright. It shouldn't have, but now I know how we get back up here. This thing has the damn audacity to say it's down now. Unbelievable. Sheer City. That's what's going on here. Nothing in this game has given me quite a headache. Like the fucking, oh, there's a crocodile head. We needed that before. The desert, this part of the new area. It honestly makes me feel like an idiot because I just can't figure anything out. And I'm just constantly confused. Oh! Good God. Oops. That's what I'm saying, man. What are those? Suichi. Hey? But now it's not giving me a timer, so am I not starting on the right one? Or is that doing something else? This reminds me of what boss was it? There was a boss in it was Battle for Azeroth. There was a boss that you would fight, and then when you defeated that boss, the center, like this, would open up. The center would open up, and so does this move the platforms at all? Oh, it does. Oh, interesting. I kind of see what I need to do. What do you do if I click on you? I hate that it just moves the camera. Because I'm like, no, but what did that do? Okay, so from what I can see, that moves these boys. But this one's not active yet, because I need to turn on the other one first. Oh wait, do these give me... Oh, so I only have those. Well, that's on. Okay. Makes a bit of sense. What does cooking that do? Nada. Some might even say fuck all. Oh. Oh, it alternates? Oh, that's what moves it? What does this bad boy do? Also nada. I guess I have to turn it on to make it do the thing? Goddamn. You're off to bed. Had a productive day. Now you're sleepy. Yeah. Sleep well. Drink some water, Puggy. I don't know if you actually drink some water this time, but go drink some water. Was that what I was supposed to do this whole time? Ah. Okay, so I have to turn all of those on at the same time. I don't know, man. Seems a little spicy, but let's give it a shot. And thank you for the head pats. Okay, so I'm guessing I boop this, I yoink across. I yoink up. Hey? Hey? It turned off? Instant off. I have to run. That don't make sense. This shit's gonna be too slow if I have to run. Ooh! I think I'm on the right track. I didn't figure out how to do it. Relax. No! Am I too slow? I wonder if doing the middle level first is easier. Rotate cell. Oh wait, these disappear when you stand on them? Ah. I see, so do I just have to yoink around? Yeah, I didn't think I could get on that one. But apparently touching it is enough. Hey, Boops. Bonk! Don't know what that did, but it did something. My brain too small for this. These are gonna stay undone forever. To be fair though, I feel like there has to be a guide for this, right? There must be people who have just, you literally just pop on a video and follow whatever the other person's doing. Oh yeah? Okay. So now... Dems is moving. Oh, That was especially the wrong button. Oh, for crying out loud. Dunzo? Ayo. Like so? Beep beep. Beep beep, I'm a sheep. Whoa. I forgot actually why I was up here, and it was especially not for this, but... Ooh! There's a light, a very bright boy. Okay, the Thunder Rumble wasn't as extravagant. I spoke too soon. Not my neck looking broken. Because I was giving Sky Arabs. That's something to say about that, right? It was like, oh! I heard you was talking shit! Straight shit. Now, how do I know if I'm done with that other thing? Mosquito? How do I know if these things are done? Is this not Dunzo's? I think it's done? Because this thing's lit AF, so I don't think there's anything else for me to do here. I wish this mosquito would mind its business. I wonder if this is the new highest point in Tevat. Like, is anything higher? That's Celestia, I think. That's a lot of desert. Damn. Yanfei is higher? Wait, why? She'd be smoking the herb. I think I'm done. I think this is done. Thanks for the lucky papa tea. Ooh, loud one's coming, I think. Sky is having a time. It's not a good time. Skyfrost nail. Yeah, that's why I was looking around to see if I could see it, but I couldn't see it. Like, I'm not actually too sure. Where am I? And where is that in relation to it? So it would be northeast. Oh yeah, it would be in this direction, right? Well, there's... I think that's next to that pillar there where Ayatol's nose is pointing. I think that's Miss Mam's floating palace. Is it perhaps over there? It's a bit hard to say. Don't know if I'd be able to see it from here. Anyway, J Chamber, yeah, thank you, is now Miss Mam's floating palace. I couldn't think of what it was called. Okay, well, I still have to figure out where these bastards are, so let's go. Let's go have a look then. Because what the fuck else are we supposed to do? Reaction soup? Oh my god, reaction soup is disgusting. Woof, that was good, man. That should be the 2.0 version, since she just likes throwing them at bad guys. I mean, it's a pretty effective weapon, is it not? Did the big booms. Killed lots of bad guys. Pretty good as a weapon.
Yup.
Oh. Oh, imagine being so simple that it's literally right there. Hey, buddy. It's okay. There's a stinky loud noise outside. Hey, Poops. Yeah. It's very stinky noise. Oh! Hi, friend. Come to me. I only have one hand. Because I need to pet the pupper. He's feeling a bit spicy because of the weather. Oops. Okay, it says it's down. Are there any holes in the ground? None that I can see. Oh, but here's an elevator. Let's check him out. Oh, it's not an elevator, it's a disappearing floor. This works. This does not work. No matter, we try again. This is a dead end. Oh? You gotta go up to go down, yeah? What is this? Oh boy. Oh! That's gotta be something. But how do you get? Oh, this way? Oh, Nani? But how? Eh? Eh? Release me. Do I just have to climb up the wall? Will the chest stay there?
Yup. Yup.
Huh. Man, I just keep finding new shit all the time. I don't even know how at this point.
必要だったのですか？
I feel like I've run everywhere at least twice. What is this place? No!
冒険だ冒険。
Boken da boken. Ow!
風の神よ、我らを導きたまえ。
安らかに総流水泳。よっと。
I saw the show off. And this? Okay, that's good. Oh yeah?
あなたのためになったなら幸いです。
Hi, hi. Hmm. Something tells me I'm missing something. Boo! I cannot read. Hmm. Is this the top? This is the exit then? It is known. It is known that I cannot read, yeah. Man, this load shedding bullshit. I don't know if I said it earlier, but we've been shifted back to stage 4 now. Don't want to sigh too loudly in your ears, but... Oh, it's this one! Oh my goodness. It's a little bit bullshit.
よっ。
Just a little bit. Just a little bit exhausting. They gave the smallest glimmer of hope. Yeah, I don't understand. And apparently, so Hassan checked, because I told him and he didn't believe me. But I said to him that at some point we used to sell electricity to other countries. And he's like, oh, do they still do it? And I was like, I don't know. And he went and checked, and apparently they do. I'm just like, you can't even supply enough electricity for your own country, but just selling it to other countries. Like, make it make sense, bro. Because it don't. Let me tell you, it do not. It do not make any sense. They made people feel good because it was like, oh yeah, no. Honestly, there must be a way to open this, but I'm not sure what I'm missing. Because this must be like the last bit, right? To open the door. Nada this way. Oh wait, this is where I came from, right? Oh, that's where I came from. Don't know what they're thinking. You see, I think that's part of the problem. I think they're not thinking. They're just being greedy. Ah man, I was hoping there was somewhere I could go down to. Or maybe this doesn't open because it doesn't look like an opening place. Hmm. Did I maybe need to go back? There's just this final seal, but I don't think it's needed. It's supposedly here, but I bet it's behind the door. Hmm. I don't know how I'll get back here, but it's okay. Let's go have a look and see at our village if there's anyone else to talk to. Because that's typically how we made progress before with this thing. Hey buddy, you good? Oh, this is bad news. Doesn't look like there's anything here. Wink. And this mosquito, bro. Doesn't appear to be any quests. Maybe if you sing Kiss from a Rose? Wait, why? Am I missing the joke? Nada. Ain't focal here. Looking for a seat. I see. Because I don't think I need that. I think I got all the rest. I'm very confused about how this thing works. Because, like, these things all say they're done, right? That's what the little green tick means. But these things doesn't have a tick. I wonder if any of the things here unlocked when I did the other thing up at the top. So let's go back here and see if anything changed. Freaking Ayato. Motherfucker. What you laughing at? What you laughing at, fool? All it says, you have reached the place indicated by... What does that mean? Because I've lit all the torches. Oh shit! Fuck! Well... I'm here again. Did I let you jump off the edge of this thing? Whoa. Damn. Can you climb on this thing? Is there anything up here? No. Oh my god, they do let you climb on it. That's amazing. I need more hand holding than they give for the— yeah, this story in particular is fucking rough, man. I mean, Gamma was helping me the last time we played this, like the last time I actually did the story. I'm just curious where that door leads to and why I can't seem to get it to open. Because it's obviously not out. It's not a get out door. This is easily like some of the most confusing content I've ever had to do. Ain't nothing made me feel that— like I enjoy playing puzzle games. That's the kind of punishment I enjoy, but like this stuff, it's not— I think the biggest problem is it's never clear if I've actually finished something or not. It's like, have I done this? Is this completed? Or is this something that still needs to be done? You know what I'm saying? Shit. Oh! Christ on a fucking motorcycle. Oh my god, that's the door. Oh, I'm gonna go cry now. I'll be right back. But now... tenandayo. What the fuck am I supposed to do? The door is open. But there was nothing behind it. And I managed to find that simply by chance, by running around like the headless chicken I am currently. Am I done? Like, I don't have all the clearance though. I just I don't but this is making me want to. That was not where I wanted to go at all. I wanted to go outside. I accidentally went inside. Let me out. You'd run through the same thing 100 times and never realize if yeah, exactly, because it doesn't indicate that, like, you can see in all the other stuff that okay, yeah, I'm done. Don't need to come back here ever again. Oh, I finally have clearance for that. That's cool. Could I? Wow, Benny Balkan. Please. He's currently a sim. With his little yellow diamond. I know that there's one on the other side as well. No? There wasn't? Oh. It's just straight up losing my mind. It's okay. It's understandable at this point in time. If I've lost any marbles, it makes all the sense in the world. With these weird puzzles, with no explanation, they just throw you into the deep end. They're like, here, solve this. We're not gonna tell you how. What percent are you? It was pretty high. It was like 91 or something. 93 now. Yeah, buddy. Balkan the fucking Balkan. And the thing is, like, I 100%ed the other two regions, and I have, honestly, no fucking idea how or when I did it, but I did it. So, you know. Spatze! Yeah, it's an actual fucking mystery how I got anything done in the desert, because it's been, like, wildly overwhelming. Vast. Confusing. Easily one of the more frustrating regions I've ever done. This is still not available, is it? Or is it? Oh no, it is. Oh shit, the bed. This was... I didn't have clearance for this for ages, man. Wow, Benny, please. Where's the other one? Is there one up here? No? Guess it would help looking for them beforehand. Oh, there was one here. Good job. Was there one by each? There was one by each of the treasure hunters. That makes sense. Listen, I don't want to fight you guys, but if you're gonna fuck up my treasure hunt, you may perish. You may eat shit and die. Ta-da! This one's been plaguing me for the entire time that we've been in the desert. I could never get fucking clearance for it. And I was like, what does that mean? What could it all mean? You just want to explore? You don't have to do stuff to be able to explore? 100% on the same page there. I mean, it's why I was playing that other game. What was it called? Tower of Fantasy. I was playing that because of the exploration. Because it made it fun again. Because Genshin just gave me a headache. Shouldn't have to do anything else for it? Yeah, no, definitely agree. Now begins the horrible quest for 7%. What was it called? Poor game. You loaded it up the other day, ran around, yeah? Because you didn't wanna run around in Genshin. Sky is fast asleep currently under my table. Trying to rearrange my wheels so I'm not squishing him. Hey buddy. Sorry, did I wake you up? Ooh, what is that? And have I used it before? The answer is yes. I mean, it was kind of in plain sight, so... You needed a palate cleanser? Yeah. Especially if you're like running around in the desert, I feel like everything looks the same. I have a hiccup now. Everything looks the same. Oh? Surely not. Oh my god, what the f— Hello? Hello? Bro? Can't even imagine what state my brain will be in when I when you do that. Yeah. It's mostly just from doing the event twice in a row and basically wanting to unalive. Yeah. I feel like it's a bit it's a bit intense if you like you're not doing anything else, for sure. Has to be. Damn it, Benny. Why is there bird eggs that just popped out of nowhere? It's basically just clicking through all the dialogue stuff. Okay, one here. Where's the last melon? Wasn't sure if that did anything. The birds in this game are irresponsible? Which birds? Oh. Hey, little buddy. Yoink. There's even a thing here? What? Let me in. Oh, leaving the eggs everywhere? Yeah, that is true, actually. Oh, wait, there's a... My god. Pays to use your eyes. Okay, once more. Oh, Benny. There we go. Bit of a waste of a burst, but I do not have the mental capacity to wait 2 seconds. Apparently. I just want to know why this little motherfucker's not open. And this one? No? Okay, well. Fine. Oh? No, don't point down, you bastard! I don't know how to get in here. Where am I? Fuck. I wonder if I get in through there. If this is part of this. Because that's the boss, so that won't lead me anywhere. Let's try this. I do need to keep an eye on the time though. What the fuck is that guy doing? Cupcake! Hello, hello! How are you doing, homie? What? Sorry guys, there's not much room in here. Hehehe. Man, this place is massive. You got back from a 14-hour drive. You better go rest. Rest yourself. Not to chase you away or anything, but... Were you away to get a sandwich? What? Is that an inside joke? You want to hang with the homies? You are welcome to hang with the homies. Of course. But make sure you get some rest. This looks done. Yeah. Whoop! Okay. Kind of gone in very the wrong direction. Yeah, I do not want to be here. Let's go back. How was your holiday? It was good, man. Got to see so many animals. I actually need to... I might... Tomorrow might be a shorter stream. So maybe tomorrow... It honestly depends. Like, load shedding has shifted back to stage 4. So my time is even more limited than usual. So I'll just have to see what it's like. What time's like. But, Maybe if I do a shorter stream tomorrow, I can do the picks from the Kruger. And even if you don't get to tune in when I'm live, you can always just go and watch the VOD, you know? People like to say that Americans will drive really far for basically no reason, so I, as an American, have to assume Cupcake was just getting a sandwich. Oh, I remember this discussion, actually. The thing is, like, you guys do drive fucking far for shit. And people in Cape Town, you can't get them to drive longer than 20 minutes. They will simply refuse. They'll be like, oh, no thank you. So family that you haven't seen in 4 years? Damn. That's nice though. You haven't seen them because of COVID, maybe? Hey baby bear, you good? This bad boy is done. I just don't feel like I'm getting any closer to the spot. I don't know, man. Haven't been to Cape Town in 4 years, fair enough. Try to keep drives under 6 hours. Jesus Lord. Drive to a concert 5 hours away and then drive home. No, thank you. Goddamn. You would have no issue then driving from Johannesburg to Kruger, honestly. Because that's about a 4-hour drive. Oops. Oh. This was, yeah. This was another. Hey baby bear, you want uppies? You wanna go? Yeah. There you go. Ah, thank you, Risa-sama.
慌てふためきはしても私を止めるほどの勇気はない。家臣たちのあの時の表情を思い出すと滑稽で仕方ありませんね。
Okay, I don't know what Sky wants. He's kind of just
行くとしましょう。
standing here.
たまには散歩をするというのも悪く
Oh,
ありま
okay,
せん。
he's back under the table. Lay down, buddy. I wish I could show you guys. Don't know if there's another way to, like, besides going this way. Underground. But in that direction. Okay, no enemies here. We can park ass for a bit. We want to go this way. Also, sorry if you can hear Ray. Sky keeps getting up and down. So I've left the door open for a little bit. I think for the most part my mic settings should be fine. That you shouldn't have to actually hear them. But I mean, somehow the thunder is picked up, so, you know, maybe they're not perfect. They're not thunderproof. Thunderproof settings. Okay, so is that a way? I don't think going that way would, because that seems like something else. This is god awful, to say the least. I wonder if I use the compass in here, will it show me anything? Because I think I've finished everything in here. We came this way before. That's why there's no enemies here. Alright, this is the one that had the waypoint right next to it. I'm so glad I ran all that way. But this is definitely going the wrong direction. Is there a door down there? There's a mate. Don't even. Just not, sir. There's a fucking Sealy just parking ass. How the enemies get the clearance? Oh my god, that's actually a good point. Where's this guy going? Hello? Oh. Let's not choose the abyss today. Where's the fucking Sealy? Look at this Sealy bastard down here. Oh? Yeah? I hate it here. enjoy Hirisu-sama. Let's see. Do I have a team? I do. Oops. Where's the motherfucker? It looked like I was about to go through the ground there.
お宝を見つけるのっていいですね。はい。
Oh yeah? Oh? But wait, there's more. Boy! Just not.
お宝を見つけるのっていい。
Where the fuck am I and how did I get— What the shit, man? That's all I can say. Those chests should have given me 20% each. Now where did those little shiny fucks go? In here? Is it me you're looking for? No, because I would have had to run them in. Where the frick frack knick knack tic tac paddywag did these motherfuckers go? Bitches! Oh, hello. Simply a wall. For no purpose other than to torment me. Okay, this is the thing I opened. They did not go in there. They must have gone this way, right? There's gotta be a little light up. Oh! There we go, little light up, boys. Oh, I think Gamma was asking about this, actually. Oh! What if I just release them all at the same time? Am I gonna hate my life choices? Entirely possible.
これが運命です。
眠るのに諦め。
失礼。
The answer is no, I'm not gonna hate my life choices because these bitches be tripping. Ow! Alrighties, let's go, little buddies. Where are we off to? Is everybody out? Yep. This fucking little floaty orb daycare. Apparently. Shoo! Shoo! Go home. Go home. I'm literally just chasing them back to the room they were already in. Come on, guys. Hey, I'll take that. Cool. Well, that was something. Something I hadn't done before, at least. This way. Just casually opened 4 chests here, only got 1%. You know. No other friends in here? Okay, so this is especially in the wrong direction. And there's definitely nothing down there, right? Oh no no. Let's see. I just want to Google food quick and see if I can find anything on the Googles. So, what is it? Southeast of dune of magma. All chests near the dune of manga. Oh my god. See now, I don't want it actually like dune of magma, but I want like close to dune of magma. You Addie's Puppety, have a lovely, lovely evening. Take care of yourself. We'll see you, homie. Home Slizzle, home slice. I just want to check. Do they have... Oh no no. Yeah, take care, Puppety. Have a good one. There's a lot of chests in this dune itself. But like... I'm looking for one that's like by a rune at the south there. And let me tell you, this guy is not looking at those. So maybe not quite the video for me. Ow, I have pins and needles in one of my feet. Ow. Motherfucker. Was this the place? Is this where there's a Dendroculus? I think I was. Now, if I remember correctly, the interactive map, this one, shows you how to get to some places. So let me see if it will show me the Dendroculus for that place. It hasn't loaded. Oh, there we go. There's like a... Okay, hold on. You have to like stand in a corner somewhere to open it, apparently. So we're gonna give that a go. We'll see if it makes any difference. Hehehe. Did an egg pop out of that? Yeah, they just say come stand in the corner here. I feel lied to. Maybe it's not this corner? What does the corner look like? I mean it looks like this. It says here, come here, like the animal. Come here to open the door. Oh wait, it's showing me a different... Oh my god. It's showing me a different rune that I need to go to now. So, I need to go here to open the door, apparently. I don't know, man. This is, like, actually the worst. This is pain and suffering. Let's pin, just so I'm directionally challenged, so I need direction. Oh, there's a little scarab here. Hi, buddy. Oh, Sky's still under my table. Oh, he's fast to do's now, but I think he's actually comfy now because the fan is like pointing inside my room. I don't need the fan. I'm not cold. I mean, I'm not hot. But clearly he was feeling a bit warm. Maybe that's what he was trying to do the whole time. He wanted the door open. What the heck is this, man? Have I been in here? Wow. Everything looks solved. Who knows? Who knows anymore? Yes, there is a chest here. Supposedly. So they say. Who is they? Nobody knows. What the f- Okay, well this was pointless. Okay, what does this show? See attached image. Yeah, and then what? Dendroculus will be at the very end of it. Well, I feel lied to. Does that mean this is not the end? Am I missing something? It must be, yeah? Touch cell, what does this do? I have no idea what that did. Anyway. Okay, wait, so I can't get down here from here. Still unsure what that boy does. Oh! Shit. Well... Oh. What's in here? Nothing. Oh, jeez. I don't know why that guy gave me a fright, but you know. You gonna come fight me? Or... Wow, so embarrassing. You died. Okay, so it looks like I didn't finish because I think I didn't have clearance for this the last time I was here. But that's also fine. Is there anything up here? Oh, hello. That's for me. Thanks. Anything else? Besides my very intrusive wings obscuring my vision. Okay, we can turn this bad boy off. And then zoop this bad boy, because for whatever reason he wanted to go over the middle. Oh, well that's why. Oh, progress. We're doing it. This looks like a job for fish. Fishuru. Let's go back to soup. Always element not in the party, of course. It actually— hey! Cupcake! It actually changes depending on what you have in your party. Eh? Not right? Oh, Trigger, how could you? How are you? Hello. Nice. Trigger gets it. Listen, you're gonna get it tenfold over the head. Or my slipper if you're not careful, sir. Come at me, old lady. Oh my god. This whippersnapper can't even kappa correctly. And he wants to be sassy? Okay. Okay, I see how it is. I'm doing alright, Trigger. Very bummed about the load shedding situation, as I'm sure you understand. Nice. You can't kappa, but you can throw. What you gonna throw me with? You gonna throw me with something? Load shedding's been wrecking you? Yeah, it's pretty butts. It's the most butts, actually. Because you're big muscles. Yeah? Hey yo! Look at that, guys. So smart. How— what? How do you write? What? How do you write the excavation report? Explore the ruins beneath the desert for the— what do you mean for the first time? Bitch, I've been exploring! Since this fucking desert came out, I've been exploring. First time, my ass. God damn. They're mocking you? 100%. No, 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 lay down, lay down. It's okay. Sorry. Sorry for bothering you, Your Highness. You can search for achievements? Did we always have that? I'm at 665 now. I need one more achievement, guys. And then I'm never allowed to get another achievement again. This guy is very comfy under my table currently. I wish he always laid under it. It's actually really nice to have him here. Hey, Poops. Hey, Poopstick. Oh yeah, what percentage are we sitting on? 96? Damn.
Excuse me.
Ah! I don't know how to say your name correctly. Misuru? Misuru? Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the posse. Where?
Triggers are screamed. Where is that sound alert that breaks stream? I haven't pressed it in a long while.
There was a sound alert that broke the stream. Misery? Misery 2K. I feel like I read it very wrong. But thank you very much for the follow and welcome to the posse. I hope you're having a wonderful day and or evening, wherever you are in the world. I'm trying to think where else I didn't have treasure chests. Let's go have a look here. Whoa! Oh, Trigger! We just had a new friend join us and you farted? I can't believe you've done this. I lie. I can 100% believe you've done this, you stinky old tutor. Gosh, Trigger. Sorry, I apologize on his behalf. He's pretty old, can't control the butthole very well anymore. Right. So it's in there. Oh, the Spider-Man? Is it not on? Hello, my poops. You blame me? Nah, sir. Beans? Listen, beans are good for your heart. Hey, why are you sneezing on my foot? Sis. Sis! Sis, Lulu! Why you sneeze on me? Are you mad because Dad closed the door again? Now it's hot in here. Okay, let me open the door, but shh. Don't make any noise. Wait. Wait. I'll be right back, guys. You guys can tell when I'm back because my model just like wiggles a little bit. I don't think there's anything to do in here, to be honest. I'm pretty sure I finished this thing. There's another pizza. Let's see. Where are we? And where is that door? Oh, Sky, you've got some warm breath there, buddy. How about you lay down? Take a nap. Take it easy. Huh? Hey, buddy. At least the thunder stopped, so I think he's just laying here because he's a baby. Alright, so... Is there a thing that shows... Oh, there's a thing that shows chests as well. Okay, so... Hi Soren, did you just get Ayato or have you been using him for a while? I got him on his first banner. So I had Ayato. I've had Ayato for a while now. He's a good boy. But yeah, I don't have any comms or anything on him. I'll be honest, I don't use him that much. Until recently I made a new comp for him, just to play around, to have some fun. You drove through a storm? Oh jeez. Oh, we actually had that on the way to the Kruger. There was a massive thunderstorm. We literally couldn't see the cars in front of us. We literally just saw like their brake lights. You pulled for Shenhe before you knew he was coming out, so you had nothing saved for him. Ah, and then you lost the 50-50. Ah, sorry to hear that. There's still time though, right? There's still... Oh, wrong tab. There's still a bit of time. Have you finished all the events and stuff? That can get you some primos. Trying to think if there's anything else. Because, you could get lucky. You could get really lucky. So my boyfriend was pulling on Raiden's banner last night. And he wasn't guaranteed. And he got Tighnari, actually. And then 20 pulls later, he got Raiden. So he got very fucking lucky. And then he did a couple more pulls, like, later in the evening, and he got another Raiden. So, I don't know, man. Maybe you get a bit of that luck as well. Also, if you have any cash back... What is this now? What's shiny here? Oh, this. Oh, that looks like a cat. Oh, it's got cat ears. Cash back. This stuff here. Masterless Star Glitter. As you can see, I don't spend mine, but if you have some spare... Oh, you need to finish story quests as well? Yeah, you gotta go ham in the paint. Just do as many things as you can. Yeah, if you have Star Glitter, however much you have, that can maybe get you some wishes as well. And make sure you've done this, and... yeah. Although I'm sure you know all those things, so... I'm unsure what is here. Hi, Lich! How are you? How was your Christmas? If you celebrate, did you eat some good food? Spend time with some good people? You use Star Glitter on mats? Oh! The Masterless one? That wounds me. That wounds me. I would use the... Primitive... Alcolion? I don't know if I read that correctly. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How are you doing today? Do you play Genshin as well? I would only use the Star Dust on mats. I would never use Star Glitter. Ah, thank you for the follow, Soren. Thank you, and welcome to the posse as well. Yeah, I would never use the Star Glitter. It's pretty good. Pretty good shit, yo. Would say, as you can see, I've been saving. I have almost 600. Just, you know, if someone special comes along. You didn't say you were responsible? I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But, yeah, there's still some events and stuff that you could do. I need to get into here, but I haven't figured out yet how. I wonder if there's an entrance somewhere nearby. Maybe here? Maybe I need to go through here. Let's give it a try and see where it takes us. You're a child main? Ah! What is your child like? Mine is not very good. He was my first banner character. I lost my first 50-50 to this Bobby. Look at this Bobby ponytail. But he was my first banner character. He's not very well built, to be honest. Boy doesn't know how to crit. Doesn't know how to get crit rate. I haven't looked at him in a very long time. 4-piece higher depth. He's using Thundering Pulse at the moment. But I think his artifacts are hot garbage, and I almost stopped playing the game because I got so worn out from doing domains all the fucking time, doing this domain in particular. I outfitted my entire Ayaka with the scraps, with the remains of farming for this knob. How traumatic. God. Anyway. Yeah, I got really, I haven't even finished leveling this piece apparently, because I gave up. I conceded. I was like, I don't have the mental fortitude to try and farm for this kid anymore. Thank you for the follow, Chizuru Ura. Thank you, and welcome to the posse. Do you play Genshin? We're chatting about a child at the moment. Tartugles, as I like to call him. Welcome back, Yoda. He's relatively built. The best crit damage he did was 3,650. Your AR-45. Oh, shit. So AR-45 is like the prime time. Like the beginning of when you would start farming like seriously for gear. So yeah. That's fantastic. Maybe let me just enhance. Let me just finish this piece off. I can't believe I just left it sitting like that. I was keeping some pieces for Jean. That could get good. There. Ugh. Oh. What? Oh, it's attack. Please don't question why that was level 17. Honestly, couldn't tell you. You're just starting? Nice. Are you enjoying it? Is there something about the game in particular that you enjoy? For me, I love exploring. I love puzzles. Ah, thank you for the balloons, Yoda. Yeah, the music makes it really, really enjoyable. Especially like the combat music. Whoa, trigger! I can't believe you've done this. How could you? Oh! Yeah, boy. That was a lot of crit damage, man. I don't know why I never finished leveling that. I think I got salty. There we go. But like this is... Anyway, we won't talk about that. But yeah, I haven't played him in ages. You like the character design? Yeah, I think it's quite stunning how they've made so many different characters, like diversity. And I know that they have like different regions with different like influences on clothing and culture and stuff. So like you can have an animo bow character. Oh wait, I don't have Venti, never mind. You can have a pyro bow character. Wait, I don't have Yoimiya. Electro Catalyst and an Electro Catalyst. And they're very distinct in design, in gameplay, you know? It's a lot of fun. You rolled a bunch of artifacts for Kokumi last night? That's some of the best crit rolls. Oh! You could always do a crit call me. Oh. Hey, trigger. Are all of your characters 70? So no. We can go have a look. I don't know why I closed that screen. Let me just turn off the chat for a second. There we go. So the characters that I use for the most part, these 20 at the top, they're mostly level 90. I think there's just Sarah and Jean who aren't 90. And then I have another batch of 90s over here. These are characters that I use but maybe need to rebuild, rework. I need to change their gear or improve their stats. So that's why they don't have a star at the moment. But if I were doing like Abyss, these 20 at the top are all well kitted out to be used. And then most of the other characters are up to 70. I just have a couple, these all sitting at 50. And then the two latest ones are level 7 and level 6. So most of my characters are 70. These ones are just annoying. Like, these two use the Electro Cube. There's Ningguang and Noel, they both use the Geo Cube. These two dinglings use the Cryo Whopper Flower, so like yeah, these are all characters that I don't use. Basically, anyone who isn't at least 80, it means they've never been used. Everyone's friendship is 10. I have one character who's not friendship 10, and that's Farazan, because she's brand spankety new. But everyone else is level 10 friendship. Just pushing all the shiny... No worries. Press all them shiny buttons. That's what they're there for. You're excited to see more Snezhnaya characters? Same. I can't wait to see, because it's a very cold place. So we've had like desert dwellers. And now we get to have the opposite. We get to go to a cold place. So I'm quite interested to see what kind of clothing they wear. Level 50 Kaching. Yeah. Feels bad, man. I don't think she even has any stuff on her, to be honest. She doesn't... Nope. She doesn't even have artifacts. She's got a level 1 flute for no reason in particular, other than it was the only weapon I had that suited her. If I wasn't using this on Xingqiu, I would put it on her, just because it looks pretty. But yeah, she doesn't get used. So she's got one of my 2 rank 5 flutes. I'm on my way to my 3rd rank 5 flute. But yeah, unfortunately, Yago has not really seen the light of day since she hit friendship 10. I got C2 though, so that's cool. Expect to see people in t-shirts in midwinter. People do that in South Africa as well. You'll get the there's a specific ethnic group in one of the cities, and they'll be wearing flip-flops and shorts and t-shirts throughout the year, regardless of how cold it gets. It's something else. You want a Snezhnaya to have a child catalyst with a massive fluffy coat on? Oh, yes, actually. That would be very cute. Oh my goodness, she's all bundled up and warm. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hi! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Hi, Lindy! Thank you so much for the raid. Let me throw you a follow. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream? You were playing GeoGuessr? Holy shit. I'm not smart enough to play that game. I've watched people play it, and I've been stunned by people's like ability to recognize places. It's unbelievable. Did you have fun? And thank you again so much for the raid. For peoples that are new here, my name is Nat or Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I do play a lot of Genshin Impact, so prepare yourselves. But I like to play all kinds of things. I recently started playing Ni no Kuni, the first one again, because I never got to finish it when I was a kid. And then Pokemon, and I play games. I play lots of games. What do I play? Anyway, I play all kinds of things. I also like to do facecam streams sometimes, and I do cosplay streams. So if that's something that you're interested in, bop that follow button. But yes, welcome, welcome, peoples. Local man walks into stream. Turns out it has VTuber Kit avatar. Yes, yes, I love VTuber Kit. It's so, so good, man. So, so good. Makes the heart happy. I think it's... I haven't updated it to the most recent version, but like, just what it had on the previous version, big haps. Big haps. It's a very, very cool app. Me being lost in the South African bush. I mean, that was me last week, because I went to the Kruger last week. So, I'm thinking of showing some pictures from our adventures. Being lost in the bush. Oh no! Oh, shit. There's a big old door here that I need to open. Where's your friend, mate? Crap. Oh, well, I guess I'm gonna have to find that. Whoopsie. How did I miss this? Okay. Well, apparently we've got 3 out of 4, so that's something. We should get the last melon. You have VTuber Kit too? Ah, yeah, it's great. Because I don't have to worry about, like, adding in any other doohickeys. Okay, well, I can't get out of here, but that's fine. I guess I'll just teleport again. I wonder if there must be something in these rooms around that area. 70% of geoguesses in South Africa is farm roads or in the middle of nowhere. I mean... Hey, Panda! Is it... It's daytime for you, right? I was gonna say good morning and I was like, no, hold on. Maybe not quite morning. But, yeah. I think, it's crazy, actually. I was watching a friend... No, wait, a friend was telling me that apparently some parts of the wilderness in South Africa can look like Mexico. Jargon, was it you were telling me about that? Whoa, there's 2 Dendroculus here. How did I miss them before? Goddamn. Guys, I'm stunned into silence. I keep avoiding the desert because I get overwhelmed with how much stuff there is to do. Oh! Ayato's health! Sorry, mate. Oh, right, I'm supposed to take this here. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying, man. It wasn't you. Anyway, so Mexico and South Africa somehow look very, very similar. What did we get? Oh, okay. Ooh. Nice. You woke up an hour ago? Hmm. Just a reminder for those that are new here. One of the channel rules is no self-promotion, no plugging yourselves. Oh. Going to look, you have load shedding. Oh shit, I have load shedding now. Can I plug my OnlyFans at least? No. I need to prepare for... Fuck. The power's gonna go out soon, so I need to just... do some things quick. Only feats is okay. Chizuru, if you're gonna argue with me, then rather just say nothing. You are promoting yourself, whether or not it's the same account. All you had to do was say sorry and move on. But instead now you're just arguing more. So that's not cool. But it's never cool to plug yourself in someone else's channel, whether or not it's on a different account. Let's see. And especially if someone asks you, just apologize and move on with it. Let's see. We are just setting up to raid. Let's go to Hime. She's doing some art. Haruka. Alrighties, sorry for the abrupt end to stream. Unfortunately, I live in a country where they don't keep the electricity on. So I need to skedoodle before it does go off. But let's take all the love in our hearts. We're gonna take it over to Haruka. She's busy doing some art. She did a raffle, and this is maybe one of the winners, I think. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Again, sorry for the abrupt end. I should be live again tomorrow. It's probably only going to be a short stream again because of the power outages. But we'll be looking at the pictures from my trip to the Kruger National Park in South Africa. So yeah, I'll maybe see you guys tomorrow. Otherwise, please do take care of yourselves, everyone. Go get something to eat, to drink, go for a stretch, go for a walk around the house or something. And yeah, just have a lovely day and or evening. Yeah, I see you guys next time. Bye.